Then we get started on this. So, right, we're going to have to be bright light too, because we need to edit StreamerBot code. But first, let's finish the Arduino code. And I guess it's kind of C++-ish, right? I usually don't mind having hair in my face, but now it will get stuck on my face. Because it's so darn hot in here. So, I'm being efficient with the eating so we can focus on the code later. It's hard to type good with a bowl of yogurt in front of you. So I'm eating this thin bread and yogurt. So good. So also, I was thinking about continuing yesterday's box now, but I feel like I want to finish this first. So it's not much left, that's why. So we're finished. At least with the base controls. Yesterday, too late. I did add, let's see, where is it? Yeah, I changed this close one. I just did one to test. So I'm in this one instead, I'm using a while and I'm saving making a goal one here. And we're doing it while, since this one is decreasing. I was like, I have a bug, I can't see what it is, and then I had a plus here. So that was my bug yesterday. So every time we upload, we need to remove the Bluetooth module. So it's a bit of a hassle, but not a big problem. It's kind of quick. So while it hasn't reached the goal, you could say, we decrease the position and write it to the servo. And this is decreased before. And I was unsure if Arduino could do this, but it could, so it's okay. Then we have a tiny delay to make the movement smooth, not just. We can just test it now and see that it will be kinda. The other ones will not be as smooth. So we can actually look at the claw opening and closing here. So let me type in chat and see if this works. I don't think it worked there. It might be that StreamerBot has been open all night and is not really there anymore. Though it managed to start stream. Let's just give it a restart. It seems to need that sometimes. I remember that time, like 2 weeks ago, I think, where I streamed as normal, and then I did a IRL test stream afterwards, and I couldn't start the stream remotely because StreamerBot was kind of dead. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just so slow starting. So let's see now if the commands work better. I'll minimize it until we really need it because it's so bright light. So let's do another one.
D.
So this is supposed to work without problems, but it did yesterday. Is it on? Let's reset the robot. But it's not that's a problem, it's not the robot, because I should see messages in chat from StreamerBot. So we'll have to go into StreamerBot here and see, because it should send messages at once. Even if it can't connect via Bluetooth, it should send messages. So here's the robot arm controls. We have back. So if I run this test trigger, yes. There, so it moved. And this we should see when I just type it too. And I did B. So let's do B here. We should have exactly the same response as
B.
This is a command. And I am not updated StreamerBot. And it is a command here. And that's what I started manually. So let's do exclamation. I could see if there is bugs, but we have done this like 3 streams now, I think, and we haven't had any problems with that. So I'm kind of assuming some kind of bug with StreamerBot anyway, if it doesn't work now. You can't keep doing this. So that's odd, very odd. What on earth could make this happen? I can't restart the machine now. Oh, so sorry for me being so sweaty. Let's finish eating and then I might even have to restart the computer. I was sweaty running on my back. Ah. Just from heat, I guess. Let's try the other ones. D, F, B.
F.
These should all be commands. And if it couldn't connect to the COM port, it would tell me. And it can sense. If you test trigger open, it opens. And if you test trigger close, this is the one that's supposed to be smoother, or this. Let's close it several steps there. And this isn't audible because it doesn't go as quickly, as smooth. So I saw it move there, but just once. It's supposed to do it 3 times. I will keep my eyes on it. Maybe I can't do more than one test. Yeah, it moved again. So warm in here. Anyway, it works, and it's tested to work. And I'm trying not to put my chair onto this. Anyway, so if chat can't control this, that's annoying, because that's the whole purpose, you know? Let's actually... So that's odd. I guess it's not so odd. Anyway, if I do see from this one instead in OBS.
Fixit says. See?
Ah, it worked. So why did it take such time for it to start working? So now it's all the way closed, the claw. And if we open it now, it will be much more glitchy. And this is what we're supposed to now work on, just simply making the code as good in the other ones. And that's very quick and easy, but we still need to do it. Good. So what was the problem? Was StreamerBot was too early in the morning. Well, you better drink a lot when it's this warm. So I have a little yogurt core left, and I have a bit of bread left, so I'll eat this and then we'll go for it. Bread and yogurt. I used to bring it when I was on this course in PIC programming, like, I think it was 2005 or something like that. Yeah, that's it. 2005 or 6, probably. I made like a home alarm system as a project on that one. The PIC didn't have so many inputs and outputs, so I used shift registers to get more of them, so I could have lots of alarm signals. Almost done. Well, let's see if someone else wakes up too. Good bread. I actually used to buy this kind of bread there for the first time. By the university. In Kista they have this store where they sell like international food. And like everything. Tools. I bought a lot of tools there too, I think. Like cheap ones. So there. And I didn't even use a spoon, just the bread. So let's see. Oh, sorry. The more I touch my hair, I think I'll get more and more sweaty, so why keep doing it? So it would have been fun to have a temperature measurement right now. Maybe that's a thing to do. I did put my to-dos in the private one. And also the stream start. So I haven't looked at it since I split it up. Because I don't start the private one. So I probably should, right? So no roof lights on. Let's see if I did just everything on the list. Right, I didn't even start this light. This is IR, annoyingly, not Bluetooth. So we'd have to make a IR control for everything. We could do that. We could make a Bluetooth and IR thingy that's like on top here, starting and stopping all the lights from StreamerBot, right? That would be fun, but not today. Oh my gosh, why did I do this? Sweat. So I do have the headphone thingy in my ear. So we were actually going for the to-do list. I haven't used this for a bit, but we can add here. I don't get it. So yeah, to quote something, we should have a quote command. So. But let's add what I was going to. I don't think this was it, but let's add it. Make IR and Bluetooth controller to control from StreamerBot Starting lights and stuff. There. I just quickly have to go to the bathroom. Oh, sorry. Just when I'm about to start. I'll be right back. my god. So it's seriously several degrees difference between outside this room and in here, because the sun is on this window in the morning, and I did have my computer on during the night, which was not very smart, I guess, but I do have things running in my VM. That's also a thing. I should see if I can get a computer that can actually, well, I guess that I should have not VMs on this machine. So however else they are, if they are physical computers or if they are VMs on another machine. So let's get to the programming here. And good morning. So this function is the one that I fixed. If you have suggestions for other things, please tell me. But I've also, these right, left maximum values, I made constants for the OC is open close. So I'm using the same on the variable names. So let's just do the close. It's the only one to open to the same style because it already has a variable. So let's just copy this one, and I guess as this is a bit of a finicky thing since it's not the same direction. We have to change it all to where it's plus, it's supposed to be minus. That's the only difference there, really, right? So this one is plus, and then it's the other way here. So let's keep eyes open when doing this. Here, the position is supposed to get bigger, meaning if it's smaller than the goal, we need to increase it. And there is supposed to be increased instead. There. And the delay is the same, of course, but now we're going to check it with max instead. So max. And we'll also have to do it the other way here. So instead of this, we need this. So if it's bigger or equals to the maximum value, then we just pop out of this because we don't want to go further. We don't want to make it move too much. And the values set at the maximum and minimum are the suggested ones, meaning the ones that were in this example app, even if it's, this is how they limited it. Limiting it after setting it and moving it. Here's where we move it. And then after this they limit it. I don't get it. I don't get it, So that's just bad code. So much bad code in the examples. So as the variable name here is OC max, here it will be FB, forward back. FB there, and min, of course. So we can make the equals and everything here. Back is supposed to be 180, which it can't go over, so it's really not necessary, but we might change it in the future. So let's implement it so it's easy to do. And for me, putting constants as constants is much better. So this is supposed to be a constant. And this one too. And we can remove the line with the information. I was just checking both of these and typing it on top because, well, it's good information to have saved. And up there on top. So let's move these up. Sorry. Some allergies. So open close and forward back. So open close the claw and forward back. Those two are in here now. We could also do these like forward max and back max, which could be interesting because right now there's no way to see, and also this one has both now, the case of the characters, so we can switch the StreamerBot one without having to update the code here. Then we can just remove the old ones later. So now these, let's actually paste them here too, not to keep but just to remember the names, and also the code that we're going to use is like this one, the one with minus, the top one. We'll just change it to use these ones instead. So this is supposed to be FB, and this FB, 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 and the position to change is also the FB one. And the break at the limit is also the FB one. So it's not more than that. Unfortunately, that's all the thing we need. So we, instead of just changing the value hard and it going, we do it a bit at a time in a loop. That's most of the functionality here. Also, we do check the limit before we set the value. But also this one had an 8 here. It didn't have any variations. I wasn't able to take. It didn't have a variable in as we do. Since we haven't actually tested this code, so let's just do one more and then test the code. Because I have tested only the close. So we can just replace this. I don't need. Alright. Right. So this one still has that. I was like, hope I didn't delete the one on top, but I didn't. So to me that's ugly, but that's just preference. That's not actually bad code. We need to update it too. So this one is supposed to, of course, this one here. So we need to change these two to FB. And I think this is not much enough to, we don't need to use like replace or anything for this. So there. So now we should have forward back with smooth motion and open close with smooth motion. And these can't be double because that will kinda error it. So let's make sure there are no bugs in the code. Then we're going to pop out the Bluetooth module and click Ctrl U to upload, or that tiny cute arrow thingy, or giant cute arrow thingy. So, and then did it say, yeah, I just hopped over to the serial after done. Yeah. So last night I couldn't see where it was supposed to be. Now I can. Right. I should lower the metal blinds on my windows, because that, instead of the black curtain, that'll save me some heat. Anyway, let's just try it. So now we should have smoother motion on several parts here. So the forward and the back should be smoother. Let's do FF.
F.
Okay. That opened it. So we do have some kind of bug here. God morgon Linus! Ja, det var du va? Kids, I'll be right back. Yes. Någon har varit där inne. Jag så mycket svalare på den här jag har i radio. Jag är på solsidan. Nio nästan. Så det är tidigare än vi vaknade i måndag. Oh gosh. Oh, so so my hubby sleeps in another room. He snores. And he opens a bit of his window, though I'm allergic. So when I went out there, I just started sneezing. So I understand it's extremely hot, but it's so annoying you can't be in your own house without being allergic. Also, there is allergy filters to put up, but I guess I'll have to do it again. I'll just have to check that he hasn't opened the phone window. He might have. That would be so bad. He had opened it, of course. Can't you say, like, could you please help me put the window in because I'm too clumsy to do that? No? Sorry, I don't mean to be evil. But annoying when people can't respect that you're allergic to stuff, right? I also did buy an AC. Oh well. How hard could it be to use the allergy-friendly things? Not that hard. And I'm taking allergy meds, it's just not helping very much. So, let's see. Right, we had some kind of funny thing going on. So, when I used, what letter was it? Let's try them all. Up. Goes up, down.
U, P,
P. I was going to press D.
D,
So, a bit of a Bluetooth problems there. Then we have forward. And
F,
that opens it. Back.
B,
Yeah. So forward and back. What did I do? So, forward and back are not the same as close and open. But let's me do open. Yeah, that did open. So close.
C,
I saw it move. So the latest change, I must have somewhere changed something. So that forward and back mysteriously becomes open close. Let's just try right or something too. Left.
R L
And then we have up and down. Down. And these are not fixed, so they still go meaning they're more visible. Also, so it's the only good part is that because they're not smooth, they're easy to see. So forward and back are bugging, but the others work. So back closes is now. It's the same as C. It should close kind of much now. Just waiting for the robot to catch up. Sometimes it's kind of slow, the Bluetooth communication. Nothing. Yeah, it's going, it's just slow. But no error messages, so it's just StreamerBot then. Though it will wait before we get error messages, and the communication is not like instant. It's not like it's just a chord where it goes. So it's still closing. So back. Let's go to back. And it's called backward. Right on top here. So when we run this one, just to make sure that it's not the ladder somehow. I'm going to sneeze again. This is all my hubby's fault because he didn't, you know. So annoying. Can't he just take care of not letting stuff in? When it's like the worst period for birch on the year right now in Sweden. And I've asked him to be extra careful. So, let's do this again twice. And this closing is just smooth, so we can't hear it. And also, I don't know if that was 1 or 2, since it's smooth. There, now it's done both. It is. Right, that's the light. We could turn this light on just to give me some more heat. I can stand heat. It's the allergies that's the problem. We can stand some heat. I'm not sure if that helps. So. I'm just thinking, should I get more allergy meds? We'll see. I shouldn't have had my door open. Let's put that on. So so I'm sorry, my focus is not as good. Open and close works as they should, but why did we get this one? I did upload the latest version, right? And we're using the right variables. It's like we didn't switch. But we did. We did. So let's make sure this is saved. Let's upload it again. Because I'm not sure. Control U will also compile it again. And upload. And I'm pressing the reset button just to make sure. So, I keep hitting that one. So
U,
so up, down,
D,
so then we have forward. Come on now.
F,
It's still wrong, though we didn't make any changes, so
B,
this is very interesting because I didn't change much, right? So let's forward them back. Let's save these by Control-Cing them, right? We can even paste them in Notepad. There, so we have them saved. And then we're going to undo. So we have the max and min values. Let's copy these two to the notepad here. So it's funny when you have a bug that you're like, what on earth?
Fixerbot says.
New follower Don Marks. Less than 3.
Welcome in. Welcome in. So let's see. Back and that's where I deleted the old code. So to compare, now we're at, okay, we still have the constants, but they're not used. So that should be the old code running. So if we upload this now, there, then we have the new one saved. This is very interesting. So how will it work now? Will it do as it should or not? That's interesting to see. So if we do F, that's forward. That's what it's supposed to do. So I must have made something that I totally didn't see. So this works good. It will move the last bit there. Just a Bluetooth timeout. And we're sending error messages to chat right now since we're changing stuff. So that'll change later. So then let's compare the new and the old code. So let's put the new forward here. So this is the old forward. Old forward. So this bit is just useless in the old one. So this is mostly it. Servo FB right. Oh, and I see that I missed to change this one. So we have solved the bug, and it was just me being missing one variable or one bit of the code. So there, undo is good, because otherwise I would have to have read all of it. So now we can just delete all of this and just paste what I had saved and changed, because this is orange, so I just changed the white ones. So it's actually the colorings. It's the coloring, that's the reason. But it's my fault. Should have changed it. So now I've learned something until next time. I'm closing the notepad down with the temporary code. So now it will work. I don't feel we need to change to test this before we actually do the next one. So let's start with making constants for this one. So const int, and this one is called UD. So let's do UD min, and then we have a max, and the min is actually 0 on this one. And this one is 135, and let's move them up to the top there. So this is just values to limit the movement of up down in this case, so that it can't go too far. We can always test them. Excuse. I'll just go some message. Oh my god. Okay. So, just someone saying they're off. Math. So, it's supposed to be a TDS. Is the TDS not working? I think it was just a good bit ago.
Test.
Yeah. So why didn't...
Don Marks says,
Okay.
Hi, do you usually use maths when
That's
you program?
Funny. Oh, I think I know why it was slow, because this is a longer. It had trouble reading it. No, I don't usually do lots of math. Just what happens to be. It's like mostly logic, you know. So, but of course there's a tiny bit of math, you know, but not very advanced. Unless you do graphics, right? Then there might be. So, right, we just added the up-down limits there. So, are you thinking of starting programming? Right, maybe we should change category to software. That's just allergies, sorry. So if I go to OBS and let's change to software and game development while we're doing this. Yes, it depends if you call this math, but it's also like logic, comparisons. Oh, I didn't mean to change the size of the window. There, it's going into my other screen. I was just going to look up here, UD, up, down, and I still have these in the memory, but I think I'll do one at a time and just copy. So it's mostly logic. So yeah, I just copied inside of there. So this is a while's end parenthesis. We can just remove this one, and what I need to do now is to remember to change the one in orange to UD, up down. So up down, this one is up down, that one's up down, up down, up down, and the position, and constant, the position, there. So
I am learning object-oriented programming because I am studying undergraduate statistics.
Oh yeah, statistics, that's lots of math. That's right. Okay. Yeah, so OOP is nice. I like object-oriented programming. It's much better than some kind of messed up, not object-oriented stuff. I like it. So, what language are you using? Is it Python then? So this is like almost C++. It has some
Python and R.
Okay, R. I don't know about R. You'll have to tell me about R. What is it? How does it work? How is the syntax? Is it similar to something? Is it just for statistics, or can you use it for other things? So, backward, we're copying the plus one, and we're replacing the old bad one here. And going to change the variable names again. Up, down, that one too, as I missed last time. My kids are moving around. So I think all of the FBs are changed to UD, even the ones in orange.
R is a niche statistical language, but it has shortcomings in for loops.
Oh, okay. So I saw that the robot just suddenly moved there. I think it was like in Uh, the streamer bot is not without bugs either. So let's save. The reason I keep pulling this out, because this is the same communication that it uses when sending the updates to it. So that's why I need to remove that. Yeah, so let's just click the button this time, because I already have this in my hand. So now we can plug it back in. So now the movement up and down should be smooth too, instead of as it was.
Fixit says.
Oh.
You?
As you can see, I switched up and down. My kid's knocking on the door. Yes, Kuban! Come on. Yes? it's so warm in here, but at least I'd rather have heat than allergies. So my kid also has allergies from this. So, but the dad can't, have the window closed because it's too hot, and then all the family goes sick from it, from allergies. Kind of annoying. So I'm sorry for leaving. So we were finished with that. Let's do the last bit too, right? Oh, he's calling it once. I'll go to him instead. Oh, so that's why my OBS hanged when I started. I had Discord off. Oh, so sorry. You can test the Robotom if you want. The commands are on the screen.
Lord Denver Gortash says. You? D.
Out of breath from walking a few steps. Spring times. So it's not really, all of it isn't working right now. Well, this is kind of out. So, const
Don Marks says.
int.
F.
We'll see. I'll upload a new one soon. Two of them are the same. That's all that's wrong with it. So, and also there's a delay, as you can see. That's a serial Bluetooth error. So it'll just try again. And I'm just showing the errors until the coding is done. So this one is LR, left right. I'm kind of thinking right left right. Oh, I swapped them around too. We'll see which ones. I don't remember. So 1, and I think this one is swapped too. So 180 is left. Right, this one is plus, and this one is minus, and that's what I swapped in one of the others. Well, I'll just do this and we'll change it later, right? So I'll actually just, let's copy this and just replace this and copy this and replace this, and then do left here and right here. So right left is kind of how I think. And then we do a Control H with LR to, no, I just wanted to select, oh that's so annoying, I wanted to select this one to RL, and we replace all of those, not very many but 7. And we can remove this one, move these to the top. There. And then we just changed all of these to RL. And I think this time, since R and L are kind of far apart on the keyboard, I'm going to replace them. We can close that one. Remember these? That's what I missed just a bit ago. And I'm thinking, was it up down? I think it was up down, but we're going to test it before I change the code. If you do U and D now, will U make it go down? We'll see. Because that's inverted. There. And remember these two, because I forgot them last time. So let's remove the Bluetooth and upload. There, remember setting it to. Now we can test. So, what direction will you make it go?
U? Fixit says. U? Don Marks says. D?
So U makes it go down, which is kind of bad, right? So let's fix this. The easiest way is just to do down, not do down and up, right there. Let's fix it at once. There. And I'm not actually using serial, and I think it might be bad to have it on. we will need the serial read. I don't think all of the outputs are not.
What happens if you
removed.
don't remove the Bluetooth module before updating?
Do you see the blinking light there? That uses the same in and out for the serial. So it will try to upload it, but this will disturb the signal, so it won't work. Sorry, it's just allergies. Very annoying allergies, but so if we do up now, let's see if it goes actually up. It goes up, down, and also it's smoother now. The next thing is to add that we can do like up 7, you know? That's the next step.
Fix it
And
says
streamer bus is already implemented there. It just needs to be added to the Arduino bit. So let's try all of them. Forward,
F,
backward,
B,
backwards, and then we have up, down, forward, backwards. I can check the list. Open, close, of course. So open.
O,
I noticed it only moved here. So, but it moved.
C,
Yeah, and it's closing. We can do another C so we can see it too. It's the screws and stuff not being very tight. It's very loose. So that's why it might not be seen on just one. There. What else do we have? Yeah, right and left, of course. So right
R,
and left.
L,
So the next bit will take a bit more time, since I'm going to change the how the protocol works in there. So if you want to, you can try and pick this up. See if you can do that. See if you can pick it up with a claw. It's possible. People have done it before. And now we have smoother motion instead of it going like now it goes that's a change. So now we have my code here, and this is not changed, but I've added, so we have both new and old controls here. By the way, if you don't want the TTS to read, you can do it like this, with an exclamation mark. It's more to type, your choice. You can do it whatever way. It works both ways. By the way, the direction of this is here. I know it's hard to see on the camera, and this is here. So you will have to rotate it too. I'll give you some hints if it's off track. Yeah, that's right. So a bit more in that direction. So let's see here. This is what we need to update. I've not touched this code much. And also, let's make sure this is good. So we have the constants. I have renamed these variables to actually server angle and assign initial. So start value, start angle. And then we have this is just red at once, and then it's there. So what is... oh, we're a bit off now, the other direction. So you'll have to go back. It's this direction now. Can I somehow change this? I'll move it so you can see the 3D here of it. There. Yeah, that would have been nice. But that's what we're adding next. We're going to add more here. So we have incoming. We have something called val that I have not looked at. We have incoming byte. This is an example we're modifying. Input string, yeah, those are logical. New line received and a start bit false. Previous data end flag. Acceptance agreement start sign. So we need to add more here. So to make it 3D here, this is how it is. I'm moving the whole thing. So this is the top view. I guess we would need two cameras, right? To really see
T
it.
checks.
So it uses certain things. This is the initialization here. Then we have the serial read loop. I'm thinking maybe I should make a function out of that. Right, so I will mess with you a bit. Let's see. Let's test changing the... oh, you're close now. Close, but too high. It might not fit with the clothes closed, but you can try if you lower it. So let's test something that you're not using. Yeah. So now it's limited by it itself. I kind of helped a bit there. So it can't go further down now. You might close the claw and lift it though. And we'll see if it resets then. I think if it's pushed too much, it might reset itself. But that's not in the code. It must be like the motors draining too much power or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Very odd. So you do like pi. Well, we have 2.42 there to 1.5. Okay, sure. Do anything. But the numbers won't matter. You only can spam. Right now they only make you able to use commands quickly. Did you move it up? You need to close it first. Maybe it's just Yeah, maybe it is a bit closed. So let's see what happens when it's not timing out anymore. I think it's easier to hold it like around the neck. You can do this again, so you can have a 3D view. So I'm going to actually mess about with the commands here. Though I could add both here too. But that wouldn't be good because we would send both. So down is actually supposed to be let's see, here's my own sheet for remembering these. So what used to be capital D is supposed to be lowercase b. So let's see if this still works after this. No. This is moving arm up. What on earth? It's the message is wrong, because this is backwards. The message is wrong. So, yes, I did abort because I didn't want to save. So let's see, up. The error message here is up. Right, and I keep double clicking in the wrong place. Right. So just checking the error messages now. Opening robot arm grip. Open left. Moving to the left. Robot arm forward degrees. So forward, down, yes. I think, yeah, it's kind of hard with the arm there in the way too. We'll see if you manage. Someone lifted it in the arm actually. So I was at closing. So the only one that was not good was the back one. So let's look at the forward message. So let's copy this one and go to the back one, and let's look here. So I'm just undoing that and I'm changing this to back. And we'll compile. So now if we were to use back, you can continue if you want to. Close it. Close the grip. If you can't go closer because this is in the way. But you can try and close it there. Or you can go up a bit and try. Yeah, forward wouldn't work. Maybe up and forward. it will go a bit more complicated when you can say how much to do it. That's the next step. So it feels like I've been streaming for 4 hours already since it's so hot in here. Maybe I'll have to go without light during the summer, we'll see. Or I'll have to use the AC. Next stream might just be me fixing my window. I have built like a wooden frame, and then I have this mosquito net, and then I had a pollen filter on there too, but it kind of just fell into parts last year. I guess it was the sun, so I have a new one to put on there. And it will be kind of quick, so I should just do it. But I'll have to get the filter. I think it's in a cupboard somewhere. It'll take more time getting it out than putting it on there. I should clean out that cupboard anyway. It's kind of like a lot of stuff in there. Oh. So, I'm curious now. What if you close one more, right? And see if that can take the arm. I don't want to mess about with the commands when you're almost finished, so waiting. I can read this code, by the way, meanwhile. So I think it's as close as it can be. There's a limiter, you know. We have the... It won't go more closed than 45. Okay. Will it be lifted? So this whole thing is a bit of a mess.
It's very difficult, XD.
Yeah. It's hard because you can't see. Let's do up like 2 times in a row. And we'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll just finish the commands. And you'll have more precision later too. Oh, it's... We'll see. Come on. Someone had experience from controlling their own robot from chat, so they were a pro at it.
Blocks my messages.
You have to do space and the number. So, something space a number, and then you can do something
Fixit says.
another number.
Qui 5.
Then you can
Translated
spam.
from Hungarian. Qui 6. Translated from Hungarian.
So that's Hungarian. So it is lifting a bit on the side there. Huh? Do you want me to do a few U? It doesn't matter if it's dropped, you know, you can just try again. So I'm going to change this after you're done, so I'm waiting. But I can read this meanwhile. So first, let's actually find out where is this variable used. Char val. I don't think it was used, right? So
Don
it's
Mark
just
says,
one place.
please continue. It's fun and I can wait.
But I don't know if it will work, so it might stop working. That's why I'm leaving you to. But you can do. Should I do up? So anyway, this variable is not used. I was thinking like val. I haven't seen that anywhere, so we can just remove it. So let's see this one. It's used in 5 places. This one is used in 5 places, and this one too. This one also. Is everything used in 5? Okay, so let's quickly see.
What did you study at university?
Well, a bit of random stuff. I didn't do any course, any like
Fixit says,
finished
you?
education. So I almost thought it would lose the grip there. So okay, let's make the changes. It was my fault there, not yours, that it didn't do it. So let's change from the old to the new here and see if it still works. So this is backward. Backward is supposed to be B. This is kind of simple, right? Because now we're switching to let's say logical names instead. And I'm not going to change anything more. Let's just try B and see if it still works.
B?
Okay. That's nice. So we'll have to look at this code. B. Oh, this is the wrong one.
Don Marks says, B is the new F.
Yeah, B is the new F. So this one we can close too. So I must have messed around here. It says B backwards and F forwards, but B is also left, but it didn't move left, right? It didn't move left, right. Always fun, that thing. So I'm going to reverse this, and we'll focus on the actual thing of making it do more things instead, and I can fix this later. So it was D, right? Backwards. So if we save that and we do B again. Let's do
Fixit says, oh.
I used to be able to hear when it moved, but now when it's smooth, it doesn't sound like that much. So it's starting to open.
Don Marks says, Where are you from?
I'm in Sweden. So where are you? Denmark sounds like Denmark. So if I click B now, it goes, well, kind of back. I guess this could
Colombia.
be back. Oh, cool.
Translated from Spanish.
Cool. So, so you have like, and if you do up as a comparison, yeah. So back is indeed back. And now when we have the robot at another position, we could try this again. Because it might not have been wrong. Because back and up was kind of the same thing, right? But I think it was something totally different. So back should be B. And let's compile and save this. And let's try B again. We just beat B several times, so doing 2 B's. And it definitely goes forward. That's funny. That's so funny. I have not read the code yet. So we're going to do this later. I'll have to do the other bit of the code. And also,
Why are Swedes so good at languages?
if you're talking about my English, they're related, you know. It's like someone speaking Spanish learning Italian. It's not like they're so far apart. Was just going to switch this one back to capital D. So the reason that I'm thinking this might not be just a letter is that these are all actually hex numbers, you know? But I don't think that's why. But it might be, because I haven't read the code in detail, so I don't know yet. I'll have to look at the code. So we're compiling, save and compile, and then we do just B again to make sure that it does the right thing now. B goes
Fix it
back
says
again.
B.
Yeah. So, in case it's actually just using part of the letter, not for all of it, it's kind of, well, so this seems to be, it's just reading the string, you know, and it's just doing the case. And then it should work what we just did, because we changed it from, so let's look again. What did I set it as? Wasn't it D? So D, and D is forward. So this is actually messed up. Or you could say that the list that I was reading when I made this is messed up. And then I have like adjusted it to work with that list, because we have this. Let's look at it. This is from the manual of this kit that this is built from. And let's see here. It also has 2 close, so it's I know this is not a good list. So forward is supposed to be A, and backwards is supposed to be D. So it's not as bad as I thought. It's just the list is wrong. So if we look at this list, this is actually supposed to be A. So then it's like bad. So the thing that's wrong is this. Let's see if we fix this instead. Forward, backward. So D became, did it become up or something? So D should become down, of course. And that should have been, no, backwards. Did I do D? So I'm getting SMSs about odd packages having arrived at me, needing to add more information. I don't think I have a package on its way even. So let's do this from scratch and compare all of them. So we know what commands we want. We want U to be up, C to be close, O to be open, D to be down. So let's actually keep the change in streamer.bat and let's update the other bits. Because now I know it's just a letter, right? So
Don Marks says, this reminds me that to solve the rotation orientation of an arm in the VW factory they had to use topology.
Topology how? But you know, if these could be rotated too, that would be cool. Then we could do more stuff. That would be cool. So let's make these what they're supposed to be. So this is not supposed to be. This is supposed to be back, and back is supposed to be B, right? So there, we're going to have to fix it in the other way. And then close is supposed to be C. There. And down is supposed to be D. Compile, save, and forward is supposed to be F. And compile, save, and then left is L. And open O. So it's the same as the input actually, but we're just not just sending the letter on so you could type any odd thing. And this is right. It's right. And up U. U. So now we'll have to update so that the Arduino code, oh my god, this itches so much. We have to update the Arduino code to fit. And if these are not correct, then we'll have to fix it. So O is supposed to be open. Let's be a bit. We can always undo this, you know. So if these are wrong now, we need to fix it further down. And this is where we're supposed to put the number later.
They use topology to make the arm's trajectory during rotation smoother. Translated from Spanish.
Yeah, but I don't know what you mean with topology, so I can Google. So to me, topology means, let's see. Studies space variant under the geometry. Yeah, so this is some kind of math. So this is, let's see, is a kind of math.
Weather. Translated from French. Use? Yes.
Space is set and done with a structure called a topology, which allows defining continuous deformation of subspaces. Well, I don't have to read lots of this. Numerical space in the because I understand what you mean. For topology, for me, it means like landscape, you know. And I guess it's in some way kind of similar, but if we do meanings, the history of a region indicated by its topography. A branch of mathematics concerned with those properties of geometric configurations, such as points at which are unaltered by elastic deformations. And I'm like, okay, what's the elastic deformations, you know? And I'm not interested in this either, so I'm not gonna look it up a lot. And homeomorphisms? Okay, seriously? Topology of a molecule of a magnetic field. So, right, we going back here. I guess the point for me of things is to explain them like simply, you know, so if I do a YouTube video course, like I'm doing a Python course now, I don't want anyone to have to know any special words or anything. That would be like bad. So let's just look at this code now. So they have a comment that's in a bad place, but it couldn't be automatically moved, so it might not be their fault. So 1 byte by byte, the next sentence is read into a string array to form a completed packet. And this is just kind of useless comment. It doesn't say much. Because it's obvious, because that's the purpose of the whole thing. Clear the string. That's a very useless comment, you know? It's very obvious. So if you need comments, then you have bad code. If you're not teaching, of course. So what we need to add to this, and we first need to test it now, of course, with the new values and see what happens when we move the robot, because this code is not changed. I just removed the other ones. Let's actually upload this. So we only have the ones and not the other stuff.
Whenever you finish a C statement, you use. Translated from Spanish.
Yeah, but there are some. It depends, you know. With the Switch, you can see we don't have any character at the end. We instead have these. So you could, I guess you could just replace these with this, but maybe not there, but you know what I mean. Let's do the if as an example instead. if after the if we just had one line here, if we had like let's say it says print hello world here, then you would put a semicolon, one thing here, and then we couldn't have this. We would have to remove the rest of it. So then it would be a semicolon after the F2. So do I have any good example? Yeah, here we have an if that only has one thing after it. We could, since the structure, if you know Python, you know that it's built upon how things are positioned. In C, it doesn't matter. So I can decide that I don't want this way. I want it just to be here, because this is a very simple line. If it's like this, it's supposed to break out of this loop, which is a while loop here. And then it will just continue here and go out of the function. So if we had a return value here, I could also have used a return here, like if this would have been something, oh, it broke something, we could have had a return false or something. So if you're new to C, I can just quickly, here we create a new variable. We want it to contain...
Thanks for the explanation. Translated from Spanish.
This is a global variable, and we want to change it by this, but we don't want to do it as a hop. We want to do it smoothly, and that's why we set what the goal is, the end position, and we have the start position, and then we can go in steps towards this goal position. And that's what we're doing here. While it's not the goal position here, we need to move it. We move it a tiny bit at a time with a minus here. We could also do it like this. This would be exactly the same if we were typing pus rl minus here, and we remove the minus here. That's exactly the same. It's just one line more. So I thought it's simpler just to have it like this, right? And then we just wait a bit, delay for 15 milliseconds, and then we check if this position that where our goal is past where we don't want it to move further. We don't want it to actually go there. We want it to stop. So this is just checking. We don't want to pass this by mistake. So their code was before that they were actually checking this afterwards, meaning we already had moved there. So it was very, very bad code, the previous one, the example. So I just made it a bit safer there, because you know the robot arm, it can't move to all of the servos. They go 180 degrees from this to I can't go there either. 180 degrees in the other direction. So that's why we need to limit it, because maybe there's something in the way. And the numbers I've used here, it's from their code. So the ones that built this, I assume that they had kind of checked, but we can try this later and see if the forward and back limit is actually 25 here. And the actual limits here are 0 and 180. That's the actual limits, or 1 and 180 might be. It's supposed to be 180 steps. Degrees.
How cool. I would have liked to learn to program with these examples when I was a child. Translated from Spanish.
Yeah, it's kind of cool things. Though, as I said, the example code is not very great. So it was also this. You're supposed to do the attach servo dot attach. Servo is a class in C. So we're making the objects here for the different servos we have. But before we use attach, we kind of send them values. And it was in the state before this that this was actually before this was the only thing in the setup, and the attach was done in the loop for every every one in turning the loop, which is kind of funny. So this delay, I don't know if it's necessary, because it was in between here, between the first and the second one here, and I'm thinking that they actually meant attaches, because the first attach, it sets a timer in the Arduino. That's how it works, because the signals to the servos, they're actual PWM signals, and that means that it's a certain of every let's say you have a frequency of every well, it actually sets a frequency, because it's a part of the power is off and a part on. I don't know if you know PWM, but you can change. Yeah, you can change things depending on this. I'll actually have to look this up, if it's changing the frequency or just the amount of a certain frequency that is on and off. So if it's on more, if this is on and this is off, it gets more power.
Yes, it's like a piecemeal function, where it is activated and deactivated, isn't it?
Yeah, so it
from
goes
Spanish.
0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. But when it's 1, it gets more power. And when it's 0, that's how it's communicating with the servos. I'm not sure if we could just click this one and find information here. I think I might have done something like that. No. Where did I do that? Did I? I think I looked up where this file is and I opened it. That's what I did. So go to definition. Right, so we can just open the header file here. And this is not long. It's actual C file in the same place that I read. So can we find it easily? We had the path there. So can I copy the path of this? Copy? Well, let's copy the path. That's the question. I think we'll just copy like something. I'm curious. Let's see. Yeah, it copied the line. So we can go save as on this one. And we didn't get the path. I hoped we will get the path. So let's just I don't remember it. So let's cheat. I think I could just click it before. But we can open it this way anyway. Sophia. And then we have update. It will be easier to type it, right? Local Arduino 15. And then we have libraries servo SRC. Yeah, and I think last time I did do this differently another way. Arduino library servo SRC, and this is the full path. Right, so this, I was looking at this in Visual Studio, I think, because we want star here, and here we have the header file. Yeah, and possibly this, yeah. So this is the servo CPP. Can't it open it? So this is a very limited editor. And it dropped the path. So it couldn't open it. We should have just used the normal file browser window.
Wait, is that Visual Studio? I thought it was another IDE.
Yeah, this is another
Translated
IDE.
from Spanish.
Yeah, so I opened it in Visual Studio before. So I don't think it's open there anymore. Though I could have like right clicked here. Yeah, so I have the servo H here. But I don't have full hard drives. What are you talking about? No hard drive issues here. Streaming doesn't take all your hard drive space at once. No way. So let's just go to the same place. Users, Sophia, Abdida, local, Arduino 15, libraries, servo. If you just get past the starter, it's kind of logical, right? So, okay, cannot find it. So now we got an error message.
Your GitHub is about theft. Translated from Spanish.
What? About theft? No.
Robotics sorry. Translated from Italian.
So, no, well, I have lots of different things. Most of it is old, but I mostly like studying cybersecurity. So that's what I had last stream. I was doing one of these training boxes. So that's why my memory is kind of low now. So what was I even there? I was going to see what open with. We want to open it with this. Because it was trying to open it with a program I had uninstalled. So here we have it, and it's much bigger too. You're just missing the comment there. It doesn't matter much. So we could do this, of course. So
Fixerbot says,
welcome in.
New
Thanks for
follower
following.
WoViolet. Less than 3.
Whoa, wow, Violet. You know what? I have a certain. I kind of like purple violet. It's kind of everything in here is kind of that color, you know. Like that.
Fixit says, Fixit 42 love.
So I know that this is a kind of like
Whoa,
messed
Violet
up
says,
file.
Less than 3.
Yeah, even those are purple. So this is why I know that it won't do anything when you do right, and it's not attached. But let's see if we can see how the timers work in detail with the PWM signal. I know it uses interrupts, and tell me if I'm going too deep into this, because I know some people don't like it when I do that. Maybe it's more fun just to control the robot. So, do you know, I have a thought here. Let's use ChatGPT, because this is one of the things we can use it for. I'm not going to use it for creating code because it's bad at that. It finds takes things out of thin air and just tries and suggests things that doesn't exist. And that's not very useful. But what we can use it for, let's see if we can. Come on, little tiny dot that's supposed to be here. No, you don't want to pop out? Whatever. So, please explain the shape of the PWM signal in correlation to interrupts and timer. There. Did they remove the tiny thing that we had here? Oh, whatever. So let's see if it can do it easily for us without us spending lots of time in the code looking for, you know, let the computer read the computer code. So let's see. Let's actually let you read this.
In the provided Arduino servo library, PWM, pulse width modulation, signals are generated using interrupts and timers. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Timer setup. The library utilizes AVR microcontroller timers to generate PWM signals. Each timer is associated with a specific hardware timer on the microcontroller, example timer 1, timer 3, etc. Timer setup involves configuring the timer mode and prescaler to control its frequency. Interrupt handling, interrupt service routines, ISRs, are used to handle timer interrupts. When a timer reaches a certain value, specified by the OCRNA register, it triggers an interrupt. This interrupt is captured by the corresponding ISR. Servo control. The library maintains an array of servo structures, each representing a servo motor. Each servo structure contains information such as the servo pin, pulse width, and activity status. Pulse generation. Within the ISR, the library generates PWM pulses for each servo. It sets the servo pin to low to start the pulse, then calculates the duration of the pulse based on the desired position of the servo. After the pulse duration, the pin is set back to high to end the pulse. Refresh interval. After generating pulses for all active servos, the ISR sets a refresh interval for the next cycle. This ensures that servo pulses are generated periodically with a consistent frequency. Servo control methods. The library provides methods for attaching a servo to a pin, setting its minimum and maximum pulse width, writing positions in degrees or microseconds, reading the current position, and detaching the servo. Overall, the shape of the PWM signal is determined by the timing and duration of pulses generated within the ISR. The interrupts and timers ensure precise control over the PWM signal, allowing accurate positioning of servo motors.
So, here, how it's a set frequency, and it sets the servo pin to low to start the pulse, then calculates the duration of the pulse based on the desired position, so the angle, and after the pulse duration the pin is set back to high to end the pulse. And also in the code, let's open it again here, so we can see that we have the milliseconds here. Let's just pop these out again. So the milliseconds here, this is what's actually done. Let's go to the right. The right here, we set, like, for example, between a value between 0 and 180. That is what we set here for the normal degree. And then they just map it to servo max and servo min, because this is actually a time in microseconds. So let's see what the servo min and servo max are. So So servo min pulse width
Don Mark
minus
says,
this.
Map is like a function?
Yeah. So it just, if you have 1 to 4 and you want to map it to 1 to 8, it will just smooth it out there, you know. But I haven't read about that. It just was apparent, I think. So, yeah. So min times 4. So min is the thing that we are looking for now. And it's nice enough to set all the places where it's mentioned. And we don't have the header open. We have it in here. So we could look here. Here is the min. Minimum is this value times 4 added to min pulse width. And here we have actual defined values. The shortest pulse that it will send and the longest pulse that it will send to the servo. And here we have default pulse what the servo is attached, minimum time to refresh servos in microseconds. So these are the actual values that says what will be sent there. And apparently we can have 12 servos per timer, which means that we can have, with a single timer of this one, I think it's just one on the normal Arduino Uno, we can have 12 servos if we want to. That sounds crazy. Do we even have pins for that? So if we go and look at this here, you can see all of these are all data. We have 4 of them in use. I'm not sure if it can do all of them. So it's not using a special data pin or anything for this. It's just using, I'm looking for the reset button. So there, reset to 90. We have 4 now. It's 4. The 4 motors that set right. 1 for right and left, 1 for forward, backward, 1 for up, down, 1 for open, close. Those are 4 servos we have right now. So I would say that I have learned quite a lot about servos from just doing this quickly. I haven't spent much time on this. Yeah. So what I was going to say was that after it's mapped the value here, it actually sends the value to the right microseconds. So it also checks if it's okay, an okay value, you know. So hopping back and forth here. So max servos. Oh, that's this one. Yeah. So channel is this servo's index number. So if it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever index it is, we don't have too many servos. It's just checking here to see that we don't have 15 servos. And trying to do it, and we'll like bug out. Ensure pulse width is valid. Value, yeah, right. Also this, if this value is higher, if you're writing with a high value, that would actually be a pulse width instead of being just 0 to 180, it will actually just type it there. It just needs to convert it if it's between 0 and 180, because then it's, you know, it's a degree, it's an angle. So there's quite a bit much up to the 544 that we have as the lowest value. That's okay to send us a pulse with. Yeah, and if it's lower than this, if it's more than this, they set it to the limits. I don't want to check up what trim duration is, but it might be interesting actually. Let's just check what it is. Oh, my nose. It's allergies. 2. Trim duration 2. Compensation text to trim adjust for digital write delays. They added this in 2009. So minus here and plus there 2. Okay. Use 2 ticks. So I like how you can see here in the side where this is. That's kind of useful, right? So we can easily find things related. So clock cycles per millisecond. Use 2 ticks. So it's converting it from clock cycles to milliseconds. Okay, and it's calling it ticks just because it sounds more readable, right? Here, convert ticks after compensating for interrupt overhead. Right. And the errors are the Bluetooth communication. So, right, you can't see this is moved. If I keep hitting this with my feet, tell me, you know? And also, maybe we should just change the angle of this a bit. I can just... like that, maybe. So... so what we were actually doing now, before digging into this, I could just finish it.
I'm going to make my last attempt before
setting the
dawn.
servo value.
Translated from Spanish.
Before dawn, oh my god, yeah. Yeah, and this is the test. That's what we were actually changing these. So if up goes to the left, we have to fix that here. Because it would be wrong if that's the case. So we don't know if it works. Did you have movement? What kind of... You're doing down. It looks like it's gone down. Yeah, it seems to be working. That's always nice. Especially when you think that you might have broken it. By changing all the things. But I should assume it works, but we had the problem, that's why. So I'll let you... So what time is it over there? I mean, it must be quite late. Before dawn. Yeah, I think you're at the right angle now.
3:48 a.m.
3:48. Oh, right. Almost 4 a.m. Oh. Oh, 7 hours time difference. Yeah, that's looking good. But it didn't go forward, did it? It went back. Then you'll have to use back to go forward. And try that. Because this is what we have to change here. If forward and backward are opposite, we just change the function names. So this one goes here, and this one goes here, because apparently the list of commands was bad. So now this next time we run it, it will be swapped. So I'm waiting. If there's a problem, I will fix it, and then we will re-upload. But it will reset if I upload it now with the Arduino code. So you need a few more backs to get forward.
Fixit says. B. Potatops says. Oh my goodness, just joined. Are you doing a write-up of this? I've only touched TH penetration testing, red teaming world myself and dab in coding for scanning automation. Don Marks says. It blocks my messages again. Translated from Spanish.
You just have to add numbers, different numbers. So that's why. So if you type the same thing, Twitch will stop you from spamming. But if you just add a number, you can just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a space, like B space 1, B space 2, B space 3, B space 4, then you get around that. And everybody that's played, what's it called? Shock Boom, maybe, on Finite Singularities channel knows that. So yeah, write up. Well, this is a very simple thing. Potatops. It's a very simple thing, but I'm fixing the code. It was a very bad code in this example. This is a kit, so we're fixing it. Oh, it's rotated out of alignment. So you did left. So you'll have to go back again. Yeah. So right. It was kind of aligned there. Now it's on this alignment. I know it's hard to see. We should have a top-down camera too here, right? I don't have more. I'll have to get. So right. Now it's aligned. It's straight on top of it here. So a bit of forward meaning back until we have recompiled the Arduino code. D. Yes, that's good. If it worked. So I think it's at the right height now. So you still need to go forward, meaning back. Yeah, and even more. I think it's at the perfect height, so don't mess with that. And it's a perfect alignment, kinda, as much as it can do with. Before we have added more. The actual numbers, they're supposed to be numbers. You know, it says moving 12 degrees, but it just always does 8. 8, 8, 8, 8 for everything right now. As you can see here in the code, it does 8 for everything. I've just added this variable to be able to add what's sent later. Yeah, you're close, you're close. Just like maybe 1 forward, meaning back more, or maybe 2. It's a perfect height to avoid the arm. And I think it's actually moved a bit, right? So we'll see what happens. The arm is touching. It's a bit tricky with those arms. So Let's give you another view here. That's what it looks like. I think it almost can stand there, leaning now. Yeah, and
It
we'll...
looks better there.
Yeah, I'll have to
Translated
hold
from
it.
Spanish.
I'll have to hold it. For the details, you wouldn't see how to move the arm from this position. Yeah, and the arm is a bit in the way actually. It's a bit... We'll see what happens. Just close it. Oh, I think you'll get it. It's close. Is it good enough? Did the arm push it away?
Can I lift it now? Translated from Spanish.
We can only test and see, because I don't want to touch it, so... It's just a test. You can always do, yeah, one extra close to... It will kind of push against it a bit. And then lift. So... Oh, up is forward. It looks like up is forward. This is what we're testing now. So, if up is forward, then we need to move stuff around there. It would be very odd for up to be forward, but this is why I didn't want to make this change before you were done with your last test. Oh, you did a forward. Oh, it just... It's going up, but I think it dropped it there. So, possibly it was correct. It only dropped it. So if we do a few opens here, let's see if I can...
Fix it says.
I'll help a bit with the moving it here. So, now you can close it.
Oh. Fix it says.
It takes a bit for it to catch up.
Oh. Don Marks says. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing. Translated from Spanish. Fix it says. See? Fix it says. See?
So, it's starting to close. Maybe one more. Maybe one more C.
Potatops says. I don't want to annoy you on stream with
no
questions
problem.
on where you purchased
That's
the
why I'm
bundle
streaming,
/
you
kit
know.
etc. So I'll ask on Discord #chat later. D.
Yeah, but it's okay. You can ask me. Let's see if we have it. I think it was Amazon. It's called Luffin. And this is their website. And they have lots of different kits. And as you can see, this is still on top, you know, so... let's... So after we're done with this, I'm thinking we'll continue with this one. Archangel? So let's just finish this. Oh look, they actually have this one. There's a phone up too. It complains like every few seconds that it... and there's my track me reminder at 11. So, this is what we have. Memory function. So what on earth is a memory function? I don't think they know what they're doing, really. Maybe. So these people have some kind of fun things. I'm thinking we should have this to have it on top of, right? That would be cool. So maybe I should do like a... Look, we have liftoff. I think you can see this better there. It's actually off the table. Off the table.
Don Marks says, finally XD.
You did it!
Translated from Spanish.
Applause!
Thanks for the time, I found it very interesting. Good night everyone.
Good night!
Translated
and
from
4
Spanish.
a.m. That's kinda late. Hope you get enough sleep tonight. That I didn't disturb your going to bed too much. And I think the TTS translation works great too. That's wonderful. People don't have to feel that they can't say what they want. It's translated for them. That's great. So, potatoes. You don't annoy me at all with questions. You can just ask. It's just... This is fun, right? We're having fun. So, I did make an upgrade. We can lift it up a bit more and see if it will manage. Yeah, so you can play with the robot arm. It's on. So if this display is not up, you know, if it's off like this, then you can redeem that, and I will pop it up. Okay. So now let's just do a few use here. See if we can lift it more.
Says, you?
Yeah, and
Potatops says, my niece is 5 years old and always wanting to learn what I am doing with the keyboard, so I think this will be a fun one to introduce her to coding where she can understand. Very excited now, D.
Very cool. Now this is a perfect one, and maybe you'll start with like a LED, but maybe this is cooler. But you have to build, you know, all the screws and everything first. So it's the physical bit first. But you can always start with just the Arduino board and the blink, you know. There's a normal Arduino here, sorry for that. So we have the Arduino here. And this shield for all getting this easier. It just splits up, so you have all the port pins. This is bad. Let's get the microscope. I'll have to plug the power in. Let's see if we can switch easily. I can do it manually too. So here you can see all the pins. You can see that you have here the... Let's see if I can find my finger on the right place. So you have the ground, the voltage, and you have the signal pin. And this shield splits it up, so it's easy to connect. So sensor shield. And this is a Bluetooth module, so we'll just pull that out when we program it, because it uses, let's see if we can have it here. You have the TX and RX connected to this.
Did you put a magnifying glass over your camera? This quality is insanely clear.
Yeah, this is the... Let's lower it so you can see, and switch to this one. So this is the digital microscope that I have, and it's very tiny, as you can see, and it's kind of nice. So let's switch back there quickly.
You will have my bank account empty. I need to buy these things.
So this is the sensor shield there. Right, I should get Amazon links for these things, right?
Cool devices.
I should get Amazon links for these. I'll do that. I'll do that. So now I'm currently trying to push it into the other table here bit.
Affiliate links.
Yeah. So I'll have to do that. So it
Potatops
would be.
says,
I would
investigate
need
how to
some-
get the referral links so you can make money.
Yeah, I know how to do it already, and actually did it just to see how to do it, and it was a bit too early because I did never share any of the links. But now I have stuff, so I'll do it again. I'll do that. I just have to like activate it again.
Parksafin, oh yes, sorry, it's affiliate.
So I'll do that, and I'll be grateful if you use those links. Then, but I won't do it in 2 seconds. So I'll have to. I can do it. I can research that while I'm waiting at my kid's school today, probably. Yeah.
Parksafin says,
Oh,
I just
cool.
finished a class called Internet of Things. We used an Arduino kit.
Cool. So, what did you do? Sounds fun. This, of course, has Bluetooth. This doesn't have Wi-Fi. But I'm going to have to buy... Also, this can focus. So, it's manual focus. Yeah, so ESPs, they have also... There are ones that have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and that's kind of like, yay, right? I was going to show you that the Arduino is actually underneath here. So, which direction can we see it best? So it's just on top, plugged into here. So if you're starting with a kid, I will start with doing just blink, making one of the lights blink, and they can change the tiny bit of code. It's like 2 lines, the blink one, right? I'll get the example up in case you haven't seen it. Examples, basics, blink, and this program opens a new window for everything. Not a tab. So this code is very tiny. Oh, well, not 2 lines, but not far from it either. So it's just, we set this LED as output. Then it sets it low, and then they can decide how many seconds it's supposed to be high and low and things. And you can get started there. And then you can have the button too, and they can like press the button and the light goes on and off. Something like that. Make simple things. And then you can like build a robot to make that. Because I think starting with this code might be a bit much, you know, building up to it. Yeah, maybe I should. I will upload this in my notes, in my normal Obsidian notes. It will be a part of that, so I'll put it there, I guess. There's no reason, is there, to make an own repo for this on GitHub? I think it can just be in the notes. But it sounds very fun. What the next step of this is that I added this functionality to send on how much we want to move it. The only thing we need now is to add. I also actually did it in StreamerBot. So let's see, StreamerBot. In the code in StreamerBot, I am getting the count. So in case whatever you type after, if you do like U space and a number, then that number will be sent on. I probably will need to set I don't have to set a limit. It will be limited automatically, of course, because that's how I made the code now. Let's just go back to where we were. But anyway, this looks here in the arguments if there exists an argument. and if this argument can be parsed into an int, it returns this as this try parse returns this, the second out here, and if it didn't work, it sets it just to 1. So we'll just move 1 tiny degree. Maybe we should set this to 5 or something, so it has a default value that's not 1 degree. So we could just do that right now, actually. I've been thinking about doing it, but I thought maybe I have more things to change, but I have to change it in all the 8 places because of how StreamerBot works. But I have made this function that we can put outside in like a DLL file we'll have to make for that. So my god, there, it's the same place. It shouldn't be hard to find. Left, double click, 5, because this is kind of necessary before we do the next step, because we don't want it to send a 1 as the default. If someone sends 1 because they really want 1, that's one thing, but if it doesn't move at all, you know. The steps we've had now have been 8, so every U has been 8 in every whatever direction. So 5, and then we just have the close and the back. And this is just because this is how it works, you know. StreamerBot. There, compile, semi-compile. So now, when we start sending stuff that's actually received on this end, it will go 5 instead of 1, which is kind of nice as a default. So the StreamerBot code is done. We just need to make sure that what happens here now is the right thing. And I'm going to upload the code. I just do Ctrl U here. You can also click this button that went yellow, or you can't see it. There's a button over here that you use. This is like checking the code. Verify, it's called. It compiles it. And this also compiles it and uploads it. And I need to plug out the Bluetooth, because that's how it's communicating with the computer too, via the same serial port. There! So my time is running out a bit, so we'll see if we can at least get it. Let's totally, for now, skip adding the numbers. Let's just make sure that up is up, is up, up. Up is up,
Fix
is down,
says,
down.
U,
Down is down, is forward, forward.
D,
Forward is forward, is back, back.
F, B,
I'm waiting. Yes, it is. So then we do right. Right, and
R,
we have left. Left. Then we only
L,
have open and close left. So open.
O,
And that's error messages from the Bluetooth. I'm going to remove them when we're done. But I'll have to
C,
change in all the 8 places. So come on, Bluetooth. Send the message. Yeah, I saw it move. Let's do one more. So these screws are a bit loose because it has to be able to move. So I'll probably tighten them a bit more. This one is tighter. And then it will move more promptly when you send a command, because there's movement in the screws, you know, they're going sideways a bit. Oh, it's so warm in here. So everything confirmed worked. We don't have to debug anything, it just works.
Parksafin says, Sorry, had to do something.
Yeah, so you just got back when we confirmed that everything works in the directions. All the updates works. All the directions are correct. So this just works now. We don't have to switch anything about anymore. Then we can focus on the last bit, which is adding to this communication. And it's using a kind of funny protocol, I guess I would call it. As you have seen, we have the... let's go back to StreamerBot and see what it sends. So if we go here and look at the code, what it sends is this. It sends %b and number sign. That's what it sends to the Arduino by Bluetooth. And let's see, this first here is the direction. And the direction is sent here, but we also send the count here as a string. So whatever you typed after, if it could be converted to a number, it is sent on to this function here. The default is 5 then, as we just changed it. And the count here, it has the same name. And it is only used in one place, and that's to send it as a string here. So all of this code here with the tries is just this is just checking, is this COM port COM6 actually open? And otherwise, if it's not, we get an error in chat. And here it tries to open the port, and then it writes to the port, it closes the port. And then it says -1 because we're having this in a loop in case it fails to connect on Bluetooth and falls down to the catch bit here. We would just decrease this, try 10 times. So most of it is error checking all of this. It's just actually these 3 lines and this line, that's the actual code. The rest is just to make sure that if the Bluetooth that can't send, it doesn't just do nothing. It will try 10 times. And that will take a bit of time, but I think we were down to 5 once. So mostly it will just work at once. So, and also when we get the numbers working, so that it actually reads this number, here. So it sends the direction, which is %b square and the number. And the number could be 5 million. I mean, we don't know how many characters this is. We could also limit it right here, so we could add an if here, like, or in here. So if count is more than 180, we definitely don't want to send it, you know? Or maybe it's, you shouldn't be more able to move it more than 20, or maybe more than 30 maybe. Maybe we want it to be able to turn 90 degrees, and people can say 90 degrees. Maybe that's okay, but definitely not more than 180. But we can look at this also where we receive it. It's just that we're receiving serial data, and it could be good to know a limitation on how many characters we're receiving. So that's why I'm thinking of putting the limitation in here. Or we just read until a character, and then we will probably need, we have %, we have the square. Let's add another one, you know. We can have we could do it like this, and have plus and ampersand there, and we could do it like that. And I put it, yeah, it's the right place. So we could do it something like this, and then just look for this character, you know. This might be the way. We'll have to change it in all 8 places. Currently it's just for the B back one, and I didn't even compile it. But we can compile this and run it. And if B still works now, it doesn't break our current receiving algorithm,
Fix
which
it
it shouldn't.
says.
It should still work, right? So B still
B?
works, because we're not listening to that at all. We're just doing this. We're looking for this one, and it sets a mode. It sets start bit is true. Then it checks if start bit is true. Then it gets the next one. So num receive plus plus. I'm annoyed that it's popping up text so I can't see, you know. And that's why I keep moving the cursor out of the way. Well, the mouse pointer. So I'll have to read through these. I'll have to go check on my kids first, and then I will see if we have time to do this, because we have like, depending on how much help my kids need, between 40 minutes and whatever. It might be both more or less. So hopefully we'll have to do it. I'll be right back. I'll just check in on the kids.
Fixerbot says,
Thanks so much for the sub potatoes. Less than 3.
Potatops says, sorry, I always forget to use this Twitch Prime and sub, D.
Thanks so much. Here you're subbing when I'm running around away from the computer. Thanks so much. To use this. Thank you. Did the TTS read that second message? It might have done, right? Looks like it did. Looks like it did. So, my 13-year-old had not eaten anything, so we'll get his lunch started already. And it'll be maximum 5 minutes, and maybe I shall get something to eat too, and then we can continue another hour. So if I'm done with the food, I'm sure we should be able to finish this. So I'll just put on getting a lunch and I'll be right back. Yeah, so if you want to look more at this while I'm gone, it's up there on the screen. Is it a bit tiny? What do you think? Should I make it bigger?
Fixerbot says,
yeah, thank you for following.
New follower HarksFN. Less than 3.
HarksFN. Everybody has cool names. So, yeah, so there, I'm just checking that I have everything. I did not put the lunch message up. So, 5 minutes, I'll be back in something like that. So I thought I'd take some lunch too, so it's done. That's the rest of the food. But I had some lasagna and some sushi. I didn't even cut it now. Quick food. There. So, anyone want to try and control it and pick this one up? What do you think? Can you do it? Also with that camera. I'll just quickly eat. And we'll see if it's too hot. Probably. Should start with the sushi. Ooh. Microwaves
Too
are great, but
fantastic
sometimes
says.
you do too much.
L. D.
Isn't it working? Yeah, it is. Good, good. So. And to give you a perspective,
Cannot send the same commands.
the trick is to use a space. So if you when you send the second one, you just put a number there. And it will work later with 1 degree, but right now it's just to use.
Fix it says.
You have to repeat the command, so you can use that trick.
L1.
And you can also use that. And now I'm moving it the wrong way, sorry. Or too far.
Too fantastic says. Oh, you added parameters as well. Fix
Yeah,
it says.
but they're not implemented in
R?
the protocol on the Arduino side.
Too fantastic says. F.
So I think it's lined up now. Maybe you can't see it, but it's lined up here.
F10.
And then the 10 doesn't do anything yet. That's what we're about to fix. So it does
D5.
something. Right. Maybe I should take the opportunity to do something where I don't have to think.
D10,000.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm about to fix. Not that it would matter, because when it got to the Arduino, it would still just limit it to 180 maximum. Or 45 to 120 if that was the limit for that direction. But
D42.
But it would have to send more data. If sending 1,000 or 10,000 or 5 million something, instead of sending 3 numbers, 3 digits.
F4.
So
F5.
oh, you're closing it up.
F6.
The arm is a bit in the way there. It might work. Oh, now it's low.
F7.
So when it goes forward, it also goes down. So you're aware, right? It goes under it now.
F8.
Oh, that might be a trick to do it that way. Underneath.
F9.
We can do this. You can see better.
C.
I can still reach in between here. It's kind of lots of space.
F1.
And 1 doesn't work, as I think you know, but still, I want to tell you. It's not implemented
U3.
in numbers yet.
U9.
It's kind of...
C1. C5.
From my direction, it looks... But I know it's hard to see.
C232. C555.
I could almost leave
Should
it there.
probably taken the head.
We'll see.
U?
Oh, this is exciting. Oh, you'll catch your arm there, almost. If you go up again.
U1. U2.
Oh no!
D1. O1.
I didn't even cut it. So this was just falling apart.
O2.
So I'm thinking maybe it's easier to eat it like this. Just with my hands. Yeah, it's falling apart.
O3.
Well,
O4. Looks like it will fall.
I can help it if you need to. So I
D.
think I'll need to help it there a bit. So there, now you have an easier way. Cheating a bit, just a tiny bit.
O.
And then we can see the default 2 that is set to 5 now. Instead of 1. I think that's nice, right?
F4. Parksafin says. You had asked what did we do in my class. We made basic smart devices like a small weather station, automatic fan, ultrasonic sensor, and more.
Cool, cool.
To Fantastic says.
Oh, sounds very
F5,
fun.
F6.
I'll do more projects. I have lots of sensors. I did a stream. Oh.
Harxafin says, I am a design student, so I was new to it, haha.
The arm is underneath, you know.
Too Fantastic says,
So the arm
doesn't
is
seem to be able to go closer.
Oh, right.
C6.
Let's see. Oh, it's that low, actually. Okay, so I'm going to do something evil and reset it. And give you a better chance of actually reaching it here. There. So the rice just fell apart on this one.
All that work.
Yeah, but I can help you. Let's do. Oh, I was going to do down. There.
Fixit says,
That was good help doing it the opposite direction. But it was too far from it. You know, so that was my fault. So let's see, it will go down, 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 down. Welcome in. Of course. So, let's see if the TTS reads it first. Maybe it's busy with all the messages. I'll answer. I'll just take a bite of my falling apart lunch. It's very much falling apart.
B.
Mm-hmm.
RH11A says,
we need 2 cams.
I am beginner and I want to learn how to code. Do you have any advice?
Yeah, and I'm actually
Too
making
Fantastic
a
says,
Python course for beginners, and I should continue working on it. But Python is a good start at the moment, I think. It's simple, kind
need
of
probably
human
2
readable.
cams for good perspective.
It can be basic. You don't have to do lots of
D5.
things. You know, I'm split between things there. So yeah, we would need 2 cameras. We need 2 cameras.
Harxafin says,
So we could use
for our final project some students made an automatic farm, blood oxygen sensor, wireless record player controller, etc. Too Fantastic says,
blood oxygen sensor, wireless record player controller.
D6.
Cool.
Harxafin says, my assignment was to just design something.
Yes, so if the TTS gets problems from the commands, you can use exclamation mark ones.
Too Fantastic says, F, F2,
so you could also do
F3,
exclamation C to make it close. It's the same thing, it's just not read by the TTS.
Harxafin says,
so with programming, let's wait until the lift
can I
off
paste
there.
a link? Too Fantastic says,
yeah.
F7,
Paste the
F8,
link. As long as it's, you
C?
know, a good link. So there are so many messages now. We'll have to remove
Harxafin
some of
says,
the.
web link.
So what link is that? Well, whatever.
It's a screenshot of the app design.
Okay, sure. So, let's see. I thought that you could lift it off first and I'll switch to my screen, you know? Okay, so we can watch that. Can you lift it? I think you have to close a bit more, maybe. Oh. It went forward quite a lot. Was that old commands? We'll see now what happens. I can't keep track of all the commands, I have to say. Too many. Yay! Lift off! You might not be able to see it, but it's actually not on the ground anymore. We'll see now if it kind of dies from heavy weights. What happens if we do a bit of back? Yeah, right. A bit of back here. I think it was too heavy. And that's very interesting because there's no commands in the code that makes it reset. So it has to be the power. So let's go to my screen here. So you can still play with it if you want to. So here we have a Teledog. I can't zoom this. It's just the size apparently. Plus, and this is it. So if we just copy this. So this is the app. Here. Teledog. Writing you can't see beneath there. Stay cannot.
Sorry, poor quality.
Beyond the leaf. And then tell us about your dog. Oh, that's cool. Listening in. That's kind of controversial, right?
Low pitch noise equals growl equals aggressive.
Okay.
High pitch noise equals cry
Wolf or
equals distressed.
something here. Okay. Oh, so you can see that.
You get alerts if your dog is either one.
Oh, cool. Distressed, aggressive. Cool.
And you can
And then
hear
you
the
can play
recording.
the recordings here, so it's not someone else or some noise, right?
Or you can call your dog, D.
Or you can call and talk to the dog. Can you talk to the dog? Oh, cool.
Lol yay.
And just drop some rice. Let's get it before it gets sticky. So I'll just finish this and we'll look at the code. So this is failed sushi. I made the rice the day before and it didn't work. I'll have to make it the same day. My first try worked, but this one didn't. Well, it tastes good. Oh, so now I know why sushi rice is so sweet, because it has lots of sugar in it. Oh, was there another rice? No? Oh.
So, a microphone, speaker, microcontroller, power supply. What else am I missing?
I'm a bit curious how much this thing weighs. What's the weight of it? Because low battery. Let's see, where did I put my switching gears? There. So, because I'm thinking it must have. I mean, where do you put it?
Yes, it would need to be small, lol.
So, did you actually make it, or were you just planning it and making it like in a lab? Like this thing is supposed to work like this, and we made an app, and it's just a test, or did you actually put it on a dog? I'm curious. Just the design, okay.
No, just the design.
Okay. Okay. It would have been cool to make it, right? We could make it?
But I am curious too.
Yeah. I could talk to my sister, she has lots of dogs. Let's save this.
Yes, you should make it, lol.
So I have it saved. It's right here. Oh, you can't see that. It's behind here on the desktop. So when you were not looking there, I just added an ampersand to the end here of 1, I think. Are we in, yeah, backwards? So I'm thinking that we'll do another thing at the same time, which makes me think I need a notepad as a copy paste thingy here, since we have 8 of these. That's annoying facts of life. That here we will need so I'm thinking we can just do an else here, and we can check. Oh my, why do we have so far indentation there? So if count, and there we got an extra one. If count is more, than what do you think we should have as a max? 180 is the whole span of it. What's reasonable to be able to move it once? I mean, 90 degrees is kind of much, but I don't want to, like, if someone wants really to move it 120 degrees, why not do that, you know? Why not? So maybe we should just have it at 180. 42.
42.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, I do not want to limit it. It would be fun with 42, indeed, it would be. So if it is more, we'll just set count equals to 180. And this is more about the number of characters and the actual value. So I don't want to have to read like 30. I don't think that would fit in this variable type, but let's say we have 8
Too
digits.
Fantastic says, does it not have a limit on the mechanical level?
Yeah, but this is just the protocol. I don't want to send too much, you know? I don't want to receive too many digits. This is just because of that. I don't want to receive too much. That will be... And now we have a limit in characters, so maybe we should just skip this one for now. So, okay, I'll have it here. I'll comment it out. And let's just add this thing with the ampersand as a character. Oh right. I think my camera is beneath there, and the chat was there too. Not that it mattered, but well, it looked kind of funny. So this is StreamerBot. I'm excusing it again, but so we're telling it, we're adding something here to the message that's sent on Bluetooth. So every time I do these kind of things in StreamerBot, I'm wondering why they don't have a common place. Because this isn't a function. I mean, if I change exactly the details up here, but this is a function that could have been common for all of the program. I wouldn't have had to do this more than once. If there was one place in StreamerBot where I could set this, and it's not. Or I'll have to make a DLL file. And then I'll have to update the DLL file to make the changes. And that's, you know, that's probably messier even. For these kind of tiny things. Alright, so there should just be like a common functions button here. Common C# functions that we could use. So that was all of them. And this is updated. We don't need to do anything more. What we want to do is to make sure that the robot still works. So if we just to go down, forward.
Let's
open it a bit more.
D F.
So it's working, of course. Just to confirm it. We're done with this. We're done with this. We can remove it. Also, I want to check on the power level of this camera now when it's connected with a big USB cable straight to an outlet instead of the computer. And we're using Wi-Fi, but I think the Wi-Fi actually is working, right? So we can see the Wi-Fi here. We can see 99% battery. Let's check the heat level. It's very hot, but as long as it's on and 99% power, it won't just die. But also, it's extremely hot. I don't think I could touch it, so not perfect. And also not perfect to have the cable in my lap. So I'm going to close the serial monitor since we're not using it. So how on earth do I close the window? There's no cross on it, so oh, whatever. We can just make it tiny. Oh right, look, it's actually below the edge of the screen there. Arduino Uno on COM4. So the size of this text, should we make it a bit bigger maybe? I don't think I have to. I think I have to do actual settings for this. Yeah, font size. So let's go for 20. This should be visible on stream, even if you don't have it full screen, you know. So to just check through everything, we have the variables here. I'm just going to copy them to the side so that I have them, and they have these comments. Received data byte used to store received content. This one, I don't like the comments. They're not correct. I don't think they're really good. Boolean, new line received, previous data end flag. Yeah, so the end flag will be different now. Let's change the names of these if they're not extremely clear by themselves. So while serial available, so while there's data to get from the serial, incoming byte serial read. While there's data there, we read a byte. And this is why I'm thinking of this. Because we read a byte at once, you know? So if incoming byte is this, and it doesn't check anything else, it just sets num receive to 0. Wait a sec here. And num receive is not one of these variables. It's not one of these variables. Let's select it and check for all places where it is. It is up here. Incoming byte is up there. Yeah. So I'm just like blind. It's num receive I wanted to check for. It was the last one. I just looked at the 4 first. Okay. So, and we increase it here. We set it to 0 here. And we define it up there. And we set a value, right? 0. So 0 means we're not currently getting data, right? And the older data was just getting one character, meaning what direction to go. And it's 1204. A part of me is thinking that I want to change clothes, make sure my kid is eating. I want to do other things too before we need to go. It's Wednesday today, meaning we don't have to leave until 13:30 though. so there's a bit more time. And I've already eaten. Let's just go for a bit more. And also, do you think the messages are annoying, even if they're not read by the TTS? Do we get these too much? The TTS message, the YouTube message? I'm almost getting annoyed by them. We'll see. So I don't want anyone to be annoyed by the messages. So the start bit. If we start with checking the start bit, at the definition is set at false, and then when we get this %, we set this to true, or they do. This is their code, and I know that most of their code was bad, so we might just change everything. We'll see. It works, so if we're changing it, we're making it better. So if start bit is true and nothing else, num receive plus plus. Let's check this one out first. Yeah, we're 4 hours in 1 minute. So this is usually for like 4 hours, but usually a bit more. So this is keeping track of apparently how many received characters. But what is it used for? It's increased and is set to 0. Here, if it's more than or equal to 20. Num receives 0. Start bit false. New line received. So there's like a security feature. So it's not used for anything. New line received false. I'll have to look into the rest of the variables here. But this is like all of the code. The only thing otherwise that the new line received if it's a new line received, which is here, and it's set to false at the start, of course, and it's set to true here when we have this character incoming. So the next character after these are read into this. So there's really no reason for the start bit true to be set here. Because and why even use this one? We could just have incoming byte equals here. Input string 1. This is odd. Yeah, so it reads another time after that. So while serial available. I'm just checking all the parentheses. So it ends here, the loop. But we have a bigger loop.
Not Richie
Let's just
says.
start it again. Hi, welcome in. I'm just figuring out how they did the receive serial function here. for the robot arm demo program, and I've had to change most of the program because it was bad. So this while it's like it's still inside the infinite loop, and it doesn't do much more than this. So I guess we can just test some stuff here. Let's save a copy of this loop as it is now, so we don't have to undo in case we were thinking what on earth was it before. So this is the main Arduino loop, and I'm going to paste it in a notepad on the other screen now, and I'm going to minimize it because it's bright light. So now we can change this. What if we just skip serial available? It won't read. We could just have an if instead. If serial available. Because it will loop infinitely. Anyway. But it shouldn't read if there are nothing available. So if we do instead here, if serial available, and I'm thinking we need to adjust the read to, maybe we shouldn't read just this. So we could just add to it, but I want to like think how is the most fun and best way to do it. And we still need to find out how to change it. And they have variables for everything, and they will just increase with more variables now for us. I'm just opening that one of the notepads I had, the other one, with just the variables. So so instead of a while, we do an if. What will change? The reading of this one will always be one character. So this one, if we were to remove this, or rather move it, so let's say that we will only need to do this one too if there were serial data available. If it's just quiet, we don't have to keep checking this loop, you know. So the if, I'm just thinking which one is this? Does this connect them together? I'll just make it easier to read. No? That was stupid. Stupid me. So I'm not thinking we want to read this way always, and that's splitting it up. And we need to add another end here that we like copied. So this is the ifs, but which one is this then? The indentation of all of these are kind of funny, because even if it was a while, it should still be here, right? So let's just fix that before. So this is a long if here, and we used to have the end here, right? It used to be a while instead, but now we're not stopping it.
The 0007 says, if serial dot available greater than 1, not if serial dot available.
Have you done Arduino a lot? This was the code that was in here. It was just a while instead. So I've not looked into serial available, what values it has. But it's an int. So possibly that's the way to do it. It's not a bool. So let's just continue fixing this or changing it. Also here we also have 4 characters.
Greater than 0.
Yeah. I'm just fixing the formatting so that I can read it easier first. So I've changed these lines. They were 1, 2, 3, 4 A, B, C, D before for some reason. It should never be anything else. And then we have 2 variables here. So I'm going to look at the old code because no, they're just as oddly indented in the list there. So every loop here, the input string would be reset, and we don't want this. And the new line received. I'll just delete these because we'll have to redo everything anyway. So that's the if for this one. And then we have another on the same level because this should have been indented more, this one. So did I actually, I moved them just 2 steps. So the problem here was that this needs to be indented more, not the other way around. And let's delete this again. And this one also. So this if is indented more. I'm thinking more like just deleting everything and making our own logic instead of because I don't like the way they're doing it, right? I have the code still here. So this is just their start bit thingy. And then we have an actual thing being the incoming byte. And they set their variables there. And we're adding another character to set this, and this is like an error check, I think, to make sure the lines are not too long. Why? I don't see the reason why they had this. Maybe they were like copying some code because they didn't know really how it works. And they just wanted to add this. This would never have happened, you know, with normal communications. So, if we want to add some error check later, we can do that. Then this if would actually be this if. Because, let's see. So this is just a start character. Start, sure. And this is the let's see the actual thing. I think this is the start char. And this is what was the end char. Because this is what's read first. Let's also put it at the start. It's also the most important information. editors also wanting me. I want to have more. So start, char. After this, the 1 byte direction will follow, and that's why we're going to read another byte here. If this byte is there, we will do this and the new incoming byte. Why is it calling it now input string 1? Because it's okay, so I'm going to look quickly at the input string. You can see with me if you want. So the input string was char incoming byte. Now this is a byte, so why say 1? We could char it, if that's any use. We'll see if it complains about the type, right? Oh, sorry, it's just me kicking around the stand there. So, I'm just thinking we're going to do a serial read in here instead. Why use variables when we can just use a function at once? We do assume that we have the correct protocol now. We could make it more checks and stuff, of course. But if it's not this, it will just break. So it's not like it's odd. It will read 1 character. Or will it read more? Well, let's look into the serial read of Arduino. Arduino serial.read, and I know they will not have the amount of information that I want, probably. We'll see. So, from the stream, parameters. First byte returns the first byte. Yeah, so it's always a byte. It's not more than 1 byte, and 1 byte is what we want. The data type is int. So that's why it's converted to char in the old code. So we're going to do the same thing and char it. We could have tried compiling and gotten an error. So we char this byte we read that comes in an int format. And then we look what it is. And the last one was incoming byte is a totally okay name. Let's also remove the other variables for now. And it's an int, right? So that's correct. So now we're reading the direction. And it won't, this should work. You know, we should just try this out and see what happens. We again have an extra. Let's see, we have the void loop, we have the if, and then we have this that ends, this that ends, this that ends. So we have an extra one. So can I somehow make this one? No. It just selects all of the same text. Loop, if, and these ifs. Right. So this is where we want another one. It was just in the wrong place because I did not just add something suddenly. So I just pasted in a bad spot. So if we just confirm that this is actually okay, compiling. If we upload this now to the Arduino, we change lots of things. But I think that as long as it checks when this character comes, the next character should be the direction. It should still work. This is all that we really use of the old thing. Not that it had anything more in it. So I'm very curious now. Let's upload it. Removing Bluetooth. Doing Ctrl-U to upload it. And it's resetting. There. So Bluetooth back. So now let's see if we can still control it. And if I broke it. So U.
Fixit says. U?
The only thing is that it reads data every time. It goes, it's not a loop here, but it's a loop here. It only reads data if it's available. And that's all that happens in the loop. Since it's a loop already, we don't need a while loop in it, right? I don't know if there's some kind of automatic delay in this or anything. Yeah, you can play with the robot arm, but I just changed it, so you're welcome to try. Let's see. You have the commands there. You can try.
Not Richie says.
I think it won't move since it didn't react to one, but that might just be a bug.
Ooh. Fixit says. F?
I love that accent. Or I don't, rather, when I have to understand it talking for a long time. So this is just serial or Bluetooth errors. The errors there. So this one, let's see, why doesn't it work? What's sent from StreamerBot? If we open StreamerBot here and look at one of them, the last one was C, meaning close.
The 0007 says. C?
Yeah, I think since I changed the code, you know, that's what happens. Things stop working when you change it. And I can't undo it unless I want to reverse all the code. And I can do that. I can undo it, but we want to go forward. And we have not lots of minutes though. I'm sorry that you can't like play with the robot when it's not. This is what's sent. So I remembered wrong. That's why it didn't work. It's percent. That is a character. The first character is percent, meaning this needs to be percent, right? Then it will work, and this will then be the number sign. So we'll need to upload it again because I remembered wrong. So let's just upload. Because I'm thinking then percent means direction. Actually degrees. We should have the degree signs, right? No, the other one is the degrees, and this has the number sign. That'll be good. It'll be good. Not that I could see the output or anything of this, because it's so tiny. But verified, it's good. Now you can try and play with it. Who want to be first to give it a command? Who's the first to type a letter that's a command? Will it be me? You don't have to redeem it all the time. It's just, if it's not up, you know, if you can't see it, let's see, if it was like this, you know, closed, then you could redeem it to C. But now you can just play with it. You don't have to redeem anything. So still nothing? Or did it move? Also, we have this F, but it worked in a wireless. Let's actually continue looking at that what I was doing. Yeah, I don't think it's reacting. We'll see.
L?
If it just suddenly hops, we'll see. It's kind of smooth though now when I changed it, because it used to go like, and now I smoothed it out, so it doesn't. You can't hear it anymore. But I think it's in the same position. Let me do a reset first too, just to make sure. So, incoming byte. This sounds like they've just taken the examples from Arduino and messed about with them a bit. If serial available, so this is what they are using in Arduino, then we'll use this too. And this is exactly the same here too. So what I changed it to was they just had a while and they had nothing there. So just pasting. So we get if it's more than 0. This shouldn't matter since the while worked. Read the incoming byte. Oh, welcome in.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Long Live Chow Twitch Skamu 96. Less than 3.
Let's see.
Long Live
What
Chow
does it
Twitch
say?
Skamu 96 says. Long live chaos. Esport, Twitch, online casino, sports betting equals scam.
I think we had the
fixed
same
match.
one.
Hello,
But you
hell
know,
doesn't exist.
I don't like
Don't be afraid of death,
banning
and you will
anyone.
be stronger.
What I say
Open
is
your
that
tap
you're
every
welcome
evening and
to
never
be
turn it
here,
off.
and you're welcome
Add bleach to the food and throw
play
it in
and
the
learn with
forest and the
us.
sea with the
But
plastic.
don't
The
spam
money
chat.
will come to you. Not
Yeah,
Richie
so
says.
let's
Bueno.
I could even
Translated from Indonesian.
yeah. So it finished before I got there, but we could have we could TTS ban. We could do things, but as long as they don't send another message in a spammy way, they're welcome to stay and have fun, right? So I never tell someone to get out of here. I never ban them unless they do say illegal things, right? Or close to like racism. That's worse than odd stuff. That was just odd. So let's see.
You're so nice, e ban anything that even smells like a botânica.
Okay. No, I want everybody to feel welcome, and maybe that's the way. You know, if someone acts childish, it might be because they're a child. So then we can help them become an adult or grow up, right? Instead of saying stop and throw them out. That's not very nice. So let's see. Their example, we have the F, we have the incoming byte serial. Their example was exactly like this. And well, we could do a serial print of it. Print line they even use there. Incoming byte des. So we can actually do this too, because serial works kinda, though we get odd stuff from the Bluetooth, since it's on the same one. This is kind of funny, because when I have the Arduino connected like this, to be able to update it, it's connected not just to power, but also to the computer by serial. So it's a bit odd. But I think it's worked kinda okay so far. But when I tried making serial debug output, that's when it kinda went funny. Let's have it in this if, so that we send the information here. Or maybe we want all of it. let's do, as soon as we read, we want to, this is a serial print. The Bluetooth won't listen, but we can see it in the console here. If I can find it. Isn't it in Tools? Serial Monitor. There. So, if we were to print this, I will print it to the Arduino COM4 here. But since it's the same, it could be kind of odd. We'll see what the output becomes. Since we're reading a character here too, we're not printing it. So print and print line. Let's how they fix that. Okay, because I was trying to add things together like this, and it was kind of shaky. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. I think it could do some things, but that's how they do it. That's the example way to do it. So let's actually put this in a variable. That's easier now. So this incoming byte is already read. Let's put this also in incoming byte. No, we can't. We need a char. So let's just make a char here. Char. My God. Let's call it the nice name of temp. And then we'll put this in there. And then we'll put temp here. And there, semicolon. I remember the semicolon. When you switch back and forth between Python and C++ on this, you get kind of confused about the semicolons. And the if syntax and. So I always forget the basic structures syntax for the specific languages, and then you have to look it up, and it's kind of embarrassing, right? Alright, we have a big comment here too. Yeah, that's the one I added. Yeah. So after this we'll follow the direction, and we're reading the direction. So let's call this direction to make it easier. So did I spell it the same way? Yes, I did. Better check. Not that it would not complain, since this is C++-ish. And then we can print it using this way, because now it's a variable. I was thinking I'm not going to add it in all of the cases. So after the switch, we're going to print it again, or we can print it. Sorry, let's print it there, just when we read it. There. I received, and now we're direction. Okay. And now this is direction, and it's not this. Right. I'm curious now, how does print line work in Arduino? It was years since I used this. So Arduino serial dot print line. And print lines always makes me think of Pascal. So, print serial data to the serial ports, human readable ASCII text followed by the character return character and a new line character. This command takes the same form as serial print. Yeah, and I assumed it was format. So what formats are accepted? Format. Specify the number base for integral data types, or number of decimal places for floating point. Okay, so we don't need to put anything there, as I assumed for a char. We'll just see what it says about typing this. I think it'll actually convert it automatically, you know, because we don't have to do any conversion. We can just try and verify, meaning compiling. Yeah. So, unplugging, control Uing, uploading, done uploading. So, we're back at the serial monitor, and I'll just type something. And we'll see if we receive.
Fixit says.
So,
You?
this is what we received, and this character was not printable. That's funny because it's actually a U. And I need to drive away with my car in 30 minutes. So I received 37. This should be 37. Right. So if we remove the des here, we should get the character print. So let's not do one of them. Let's do both of them, right? So here. Let's just char it. If you char it, right? Because that's how we do when we compare it here. So it will make it a character that we can easily read.
The
Yeah.
0007
Yeah.
says. You don't have to cast to char.
Okay, so it'll do it automatically if I just do this. That's a default.
To compare it.
Okay, to compare it. That's just what the example did. That's what the example did. So let's, since we have to do this procedure to upload, I'm printing both things. There. So we don't have to. So let's clear this and send a character. And now we have both outputs.
Not Richie says.
F.
Oh, you can't do several ones. You
The
can. You can, of
0007
course.
says. See? Not Richie says.
F F F F F
Oh,
F F F C.
Translated from French.
Oh damn, would be cool if you can send a string of commands.
Oh yeah, but I was thinking a lot more like instead of FFFFF, you would do F space 10 and then you get 10, right? 10 degrees. So you don't need to do more than 4 of those to have it fully controlled at an exact position. So that's what I was going for. But now let's reset this and just do one letter and see if it works this far. So I'm just doing no more commands
That makes sense.
right now. So we're getting a lot here. So this is why it's probably cutting. So we have our character here. We have U, we have the square. Then we have 5 plus D I S C colon S U C C E S S. So these are commands from the Bluetooth, you know? So these are Bluetooth So that won't matter for us, because these will be red and they won't be exactly behind our special characters. But this is why they use special characters for the controls for this, because the Bluetooth is on the same, it's on the same serial. In the Arduino we only have one serial, and the Bluetooth sending success and OK. Let it whatever status things that as. But our output was still the intended one, except for this. So here we have a confirmation that we did get the U 117. But why is this printing out this character? Let's see. Received direction. It's because I'm not doing the car. What? So so here we're doing two print lines. 170U. So let's make this one too a print line. So we have it on 3 lines. That's more ordered. Let's make this a print line and have the same kind of formatting, so it's comparable, because it's not exactly the same right now because we only have the direction. So let's type it as des and as car, and apparently typing it only now this makes it odd for some odd reason. So this conversion might break it, but it doesn't break it here. I don't get it. Is it how this is saved compared to an int? Okay, I only made this variable for one reason, right? Did I have it still? No. I failed. So if we have this as an int, the same as incoming byte is an int, and of course it shouldn't be defining here. Like, really shouldn't be that, but I almost want to undo the last bit and see what it would look like, because I want to see it all. So if we upload and plug it back, I'll almost have to continue this later. But today is the 15th. So loop. What am I looking at this for? Let's just do a letter. Let's first empty this. Just do a single character, right? So not more commands. And we'll see. So we got the
Fix it says.
we got the success.
You?
We got So -1. So that's why we get this character. There's a -1 here. Why? So the percent character that we send,
The 0007 says, or -1 if no data is available.
yes, but that's not what we're doing. We're doing serial read, and that's what we're getting from serial read. So I'm thinking, let's just commit all of this F, and let's see just what the data is without using any kind of interpretation of it, and make sure that I don't mess it up. So comment. So these also could be commented, right? So since they're not doing anything anyway, so the only thing we do now is to serial them. The problem with this is that I should have power some other way that's not connected to the computer, because I don't know what is serial and what's Bluetooth serial. So the -1 might come from the Bluetooth, and we'll get it in here. Well, we'll always get Bluetooth stuff in here. I should really learn the communication of the Bluetooth module, how it works. So in printing stuff to the serial, we're messing with stuff we shouldn't touch, you know? To debug, we're trying stuff we shouldn't touch. We shouldn't send anything on the serial. It should be reserved for the Bluetooth. Did I already upload it? I don't think so. Did I do it? That would be crazy. I'm crazy probably anyway, so better to make sure it's fixed. The very latest version. It's doing so many versions now. So clearing this, sending one character, and we'll see what it says. So now we have %u. So something that I did made the minus. That's nice to know. So I'll just have to debug the code because I made something wrong. I'm thinking, did I make an assignment in an if? What did I do? So the first one is %, and we check if the first one is %. Let's not do anything with it. If we just check that it is this, that we have double equals. I did not set it to something by mistake. So we don't have to do these serial read things. I don't know how much messing. We're actually printing here to the serial, you know. If we just read one more. If we do exactly the same, you know. If we do exactly this. let's skip the other variable, because there's no reason to have another variable here. The only thing would be then to use this. We only used another variable name because it was a char. So now we're doing the same thing, just an extra time in this case. So I'll just type here when, and this is the only change, those characters. So let's try again. Oh, it really messes up sometimes. So let's also click the reset button there. Let's reset the serial. Let's click a single U, so we have the same character.
Fixit says, you?
And it's having Bluetooth problems. Then we got the data. 8.13.10. 13.10. New line here. Success. And DISC success. Plus. Let's go back. So now we got the -1 again. So this is very interesting, because we got an extra character. We got an extra character here. Though we have exactly the same code here in these two. This is only in the if. So I would call this a bug that we can't affect. So this is probably why their code looks like this. And they're setting variables and just reading at the same place, setting variables to tell what it's reading. Because this is very strange. Does anyone in chat has a tip on why this would be different from this? It could just be a random chance too. We could reset.
B0007 says, in the first print we have character instead of %.
What do you say? In the first character. I don't know if you know what I meant, so I will print another U. I was going to test it anyway to see if it's the same all the time, or if it's just a random chance that sometimes we get a -1 in there. So we'll just wait until the Bluetooth connects and sends. So as you can see, we get the 37, the %, as we should. When we don't have the if with exactly the same code in, we don't get this character. It is not there. We get the U as the next character. So it's like this adds a character to the incoming, what we read. When we do serial read here, it's not the same as doing serial read here. Or our printing here messes it up more than printing it here. So if we just comment these 4 lines again, to just, let's do one more U in this state, and confirm that we get the same result. So success percent 37 minus 117, and seriously, the text is just messing it up. So by now I also know that these are not necessary. So let's first just confirm. Uploading there. So I'm sorry if it's debugging and you can't control the robot or anything. Let's see if I had time for that one. So we don't get so much output that we don't need. So now we can more easily read it too. So we have percent minus 1 u square 5, and this is what we send. And this is the rest, the disk, success, and OK. That's Bluetooth. And these are new lines here. So I'm thinking maybe we should just read a longer string and then pick the bits apart manually. But this is interesting. So now the only change I'm making now is to comment these two lines. I'm commenting this line and this line. The if can be there. There's no instructions in there, but it's interesting to see if the being there. So now what was read here, the second character should be read here, right? So having check on time. Yeah, I have to go in 10 minutes. And I need to switch clothes. But we need to run this one more time. No, right. I don't have to go until 50 minutes later today. It's because it's Wednesday. So it's cool. It's cool. We have like 20 minutes. Yeah, let's unplug Bluetooth. Control U again. It would be so much nicer just to be able to run it quickly. Right, so there. And remove, send a U, so we have the same character to be able to easily find errors.
Fixit says.
Yeah, and what happened last time was that we didn't get the -1 when we did it this way. So nothing. I'm waiting 10 more seconds. So sending. Moving robot arm 5 degrees. That's what the 5 is. It's a degrees. So I didn't break it. We still have the F, it's just empty. I'm just doing it once more. The same thing. The funny thing is that when I started, the first times I uploaded to this board, I got lots of communication errors. And I hadn't even unboxed the Bluetooth then from the kit. Yeah. So that's why we didn't get anything back. Something off happened there.
VR Mechatronics says, hello,
Hello.
how are you all today?
Yeah, I'm good. I hope everybody's good. We're having a bit of trouble here only with the Arduino. Debugging the code, and every time we have to pull out, and now we had communication again, so I just unplugged the cord and plugged it back in, and it worked again. So there. Now let's see if I type a U in chat. Not a lot of commands now because we're debugging, so just one U, and we're going to the serial monitor and seeing if we get input here. Now we're getting it as it's supposed to be, and this is what I'm meaning. Can you see %U number 5? This is what we want. If we read in here, which should be exactly the same, it's not the same. We get -1. So let's continue debugging this, because this seems like it's an Arduino bug. So if we read 2 in here, how will this affect things? I'm very curious now what this will be. This is interesting.
The 0007 says, maybe check if serial dot available greater than 2.
You mean it shouldn't have arrived yet? So we're reading. That's possible. You might have it might be too quick.
Greater than equals.
But why would that would mean that this loop has a delay built in that makes it possible for it to work. Yeah. So that I will solve that problem by just adding a while here. So while serial available less than 1. There. So that might be the -1. It might be an error message that we get there. Right, I have to space there. So we have already uploaded this code. So let's see what we get as a message from this one. We should get 2 -1s if it's not slow enough to fix that. But you're totally right. Thank you, the 0007. 0007. That's probably it, right? The -1 is an error message, and now we have 2 -1s. And if we now compile this and add it, we should be okay.
At the end of this stream, will we be able to open a can of water?
If the stream was a bit longer than 15 minutes left, and maybe we would need more flexibility and power in the arm too. I don't think it can do much yet. These are just simple servos. So since I'm unsure, I'm kinda sure I clicked Control U, but let's just do it again. It doesn't matter, you know. Here we can do
a can of Coca-Cola or beer.
Lots of times. I don't think it will ever have that power. Sorry. We'll have to buy better motors, better servos. But servos are kind of cool though. We can just set it at angles. Oh. So now I added a while here, so it's waiting for the data actually to arrive, and then it's reading it. Assuming that this works, because that's the only difference. You're totally right. That's the only difference between these two. That this didn't wait for it to be actually available. And that's what was buggy with their code, and that's why they had all of these extra thingies. So, and this will also the next challenge is to read several characters and make them into an int. That's the next challenge. I'm kind of assuming this will work. So, oh, I should have cleared this one.
Fixit says.
So, we have the -1 still there.
You?
It didn't work. It didn't work. You again. So we can just do an if -1 here. I'm just thinking. So serial available returns a value. Was my logic correct here? If it's more than 0, serial available, what will the actual value be? Because that could also be wrong. So, serial read. Don't we have like something we can click here? Functions. Serial. So, no. Serial. Serial.available. I'm just blind, I'm sure. But let's search. Available. Just one match? So it's not even here? Okay, let's Google as I've done all the other times instead. So, Arduino serial dot available. So, returns the number of bytes available to read. Get the number of bytes characters available for reading on serial ports. This is data that already arrived and stored in the serial device buffer, which holds 64 bytes. And we know that it's an int, right? Well, it's a number. But we don't get the information on what it is. I guess it would be 0, right? Well, we'll have to print it. Let's do an odd one, and this will just like overwrite all the other information that we have here. But if we serial print, let's not print line it, so at least it won't like kill everything. All other attempts at reading any data. It will kind of do it anyway, right? Oh, this will look bad. But we'll see the values. I'm thinking I'm going to have to pull it out of the serial core to be able to get it to stop. To be able to read the log. Is there any pause in here? Auto scroll. Yeah, we can toggle auto scroll. Let's turn it off. Then we will be able to see the first data, however much it types. Nice. Let's just upload it. And then I will have to continue later because it's 15. And I need to switch panes and stuff. Oh, I forgot the semicolon. I just congratulated myself on remembering semicolons and then I forgot it. I didn't switch automatically to serial. So if we clear this, we're getting lots of zeros, which is supposed to be. So if we do an U now, so we get lots of
U.
So there are lots of zeros here before it sends the message. That's okay. And there's a plus here. So let's look at the end. There we have the first line break. There's never a zero, nothing else but a zero there. Because we're printing it only outside the loop. So we'll have a long line over there too. So let's also print serial available inside here so we can see for every time. And let's print serial available here where we're using it too. There. So I'm sorry for the code is kind of messed up. So yeah, it's recompiling though I just do upload. So there's no reason to compile it before because it's still redoing it. Anyway, with no changes. So clearing U. It will soon receive the data. Very
VR Mechatronics says,
project.
Very Science's good project.
Yeah, it's really nice to have to dig into things. So before here, we go into that. It's increased to 1. We can see that. And then when it's become 1, it pops into the loop. And this loop is kind of quick. But it's increasing. It's 3 here. 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. This is the 5 here is actually the character we read. So the last character is always the character we're reading, and then we're making a new line afterwards. So that's how we can see which numbers is which. So the last one is what we're reading. We're reading percent U. We're reading. So when here we have read this character, there's supposed to be 3 characters in the buffer, meaning we could read percent U and the square without hitting a wall of not being able to read. So one thing though is that it's possible that it takes much more time. That it takes enough time for it to have time to actually send more data.
Have you used the new real-time GPT-40 Turbo?
No, I don't pay for ChatGPT. I just use the free one, so sorry. But the demo video looked cool. I saw it at GoPro Slow yesterday in his stream, but then I had to go to bed. There. So this is nice. We have more
Not Richie
information.
says.
I think GPT-4 is free for all now.
VR Mechatronics
Yeah, it is.
says.
Okay, because that would explain why I
Copilot
got
is
all
free.
those messages in my Discord. I'll show you the Discord. It's kind of funny. Let's see. I'll open it before I end here stream because I have to raid someone. Let's see. I'll check here. So we could quickly check here. So I can switch here to 4, upgrade to plus. So still upgrade to plus to be able to use normal VP4. And I'm like, what was I doing? What was I doing? Let's do a reset here. Let's send a U. And it's supposed to send percent U square 5 plus disk and success. So on the Bluetooth information there. So we have the percent sign. We have another percent sign. So 1%. The first new line. Do I type anything twice? So let's see here. Here we type it after having read it. Here we type it after having read it. We're not typing it twice after having read it. Meaning there must be 2% signs here. So let's actually turn the switch on now. Because this delay should it should do odd values. No, it shouldn't, because incoming byte is not what's printed, it's just incoming byte. So we'll see. This makes an automatic delay that might fix the problem, and that's also information that's good to have. So I'm sorry, I keep saying that I'm supposed to quit, and I'm supposed to quit, so... But I have like 7 minutes till I have to run out the door. Why? Actually, I have set 15 minutes to get ready, so... I'm going to tell my kid in 7 minutes that we're about to leave. And then we have 15 minutes to get out of the car and drive away, and then we have 5 extra on the drive, so it's not like I'm not planning stuff. Who should we raid today?
Not Richie says.
No worries, enough to get food. Thanks for the stream.
Yeah, I'm just about to run this one more time, and then I'm quitting. So this is the last test. We might be able to control the robot now. Because there's an automatic delay from checking the serial a lot. And all that code running once again. So it's possible that this works. We'll see.
Fixit says. You?
Yeah. Let's do...
See?
So, it doesn't look good. So let's go down and look. And we had another message. This is just Bluetooth. Just Bluetooth. Here it is. %C number 5. So direction C 5. And another. They're really taking their time reaching it, right? So when we have the C's, it should actually hop in here. Now they should. But only if the last character was the... and it wasn't. Okay. Yeah, so let's I'm saying one more. We have like 4 minutes. Let's remove all these. We know what the values are now. We have more information. Instead, we're going to put a tiny weight here. How is it doing the weights? Delay and milliseconds. So here we're going to do delay 10. Should we do 50? It doesn't matter much. It's just one of the tiny movements that's 50. And I think that might be enough. So it has the time to get more into the memory in the buffer. Come on. So we have to be quick now. Because I think they added all the variables and all the stuff because they couldn't do this. And this might not still work, but it might work. So, to the very bottom. And I might have deleted more lines than I was going to. So let's just check. I added this. I deleted that. I deleted that. I deleted that. And that's okay. So I didn't delete anything I didn't want to. Actually, it's also interesting to see it both in action. But I will have to go, so I'm just pasting this, and then I'm not actually going to do it again. I'm just saving this and uploading it, and then I'm not going to do anything more because I have to go. Though it's still 4 minutes. Am I too quick, or am I just looking at another watch? So, before I plug the Bluetooth in, I'm going to reset that. We have no serial in, and we send one character here now. Make sure that the data works. We have a delay that's not very long. %U square 5 1 22 21 20 19. Okay, so here we have built up a kind of long one, right? So it's built up a long one. So it definitely has everything. It's 22 characters in the 64 character buffer because of that. But this will also explain if we spam the commands, we will also have the buffer because of the Bluetooth messages. I wonder if you can turn off the Bluetooth messages, because the buffer will be filled with these when we pause. If we pause the program, we will lose data. And just the normal 50 that we have in all of the movements, over and over and over and over, for the number of positions, degrees we're changing. 1 degree and 50 weight. This will be, I'll make like a constant of this, I think, and we'll have it called delay up here, and so we can adjust it when we have full movement for a longer bit, so we can see if it's good with 50. We can just easily change it to something that's good. Yeah, so I have to stop.